further ado, it's time to go. Unless you're on YouTube, in which case I didn't say the name of the show because I have been not streaming it. So welcome everybody on YouTube and on chat. For those of you on YouTube, you just missed me complaining a little bit about my health, but that's okay. Let's talk about thanking people who are here in chat. Void playing games, Swizz, Jump. You're all Virtue versus Vice. You're all very faithful subscribers, and I appreciate you. I want to say also a big thank you to Moon for the most recent follow and Virtue versus Vice for the most recent subscription. Thank you. Thanks everybody. Let's get into some Insignia scenario edits for today. Yesterday we had a lot of different thoughts. And the 5 gifted subs from Swizz. Thank you so much. We had a lot of different kind of ideas for changes that we would make to the game, and I want to just do my due diligence and make sure I'm not like over promising or like just like over reacting to some of these things. So let's go fire up the project. I've been working on some archaeology stuff today. For those of you who don't know, I'm working on a side contract while working on Insignia, which is basically a solo developed game that I'm making for a museum. And that project I do work on some mornings and sometimes on stream, but I won't be able to put the VODs on YouTube. So I'm working out how I want to do that. So the thing that I worked on today is they have like a mini event system in the game where you have like things interrupting the gameplay, like dogs walking across the screen, or like the excavation manager comes in and tells you what to do, or like it's lunchtime, you gotta like eat food Minecraft style. So little things like that can interrupt the gameplay, and you have to like press this little button to like continue. And this morning I built that system and then started the first interruption, which is the dog paw prints. So you got these little like kind of like the squid ink on Mario Kart like appearing on the screen. It's kind of like that, but it's paw prints. So working on that. And here on Insignia, yesterday we did quite a lot of thinking around, we do that a lot these days, quite a lot of thinking around some updates that we might make to the game, specifically around dividing up the content in such a way that it is, I guess the word would be, more effectively paced and framed. And the big decision here was mostly around splitting up bigger scenes such that effectively story content goes in its own bucket. That's the big thing. So story content goes in its own buckets and game content goes in its own bucket. So if you find yourself in a gameplay scene, you can maybe expect a bit more free time, a bit more running around. Whereas if you're sort of in a story scene, you can expect that to end as soon as you sort of exit the space. Just to kind of keep it a bit more, well, a couple things. One, it lets us have the story chunks, the gameplay chunks be tailored. So I can say like you fight this and then you fight this and then you fight this. And I can kind of culminate the puzzle platforming in like one validatable chunk. And then the story stuff, not only is it, you know, I can have custom assets and stuff in those spaces that better frame the storytelling, I can also just swap all of these things around. I can move this thing back here, or I can take this and move it back there. It's no big deal because they're necessarily disconnected. That's the idea, is that disconnecting these things essentially to make them easier to swap around and test with so that we can find something that is paced well by the time the game needs to come out. Okay? So that was like the first big decision, and that also sort of trickled from a smaller decision which had to do with splitting up the dungeon experience a little bit. I have these like shrine style mini dungeons in the game called crucibles, and I'm still finding like the right model for them in terms of how you interact with them, what the kind of model is for the like hard magic system. Like there are anvils, there are forges, there are these things that float around called hen signs, and the question is, which of these things have what role? You know, there's also teleporting in the game. There's ability unlocks. So like, does the crucible unlock the ability, or does the anvil unlock the ability? Are anvils teleport points, or are only anvils that are next to crucibles teleport points? It's stuff like that. Is an anvil and a crucible basically the same thing? Do they just go in the same spot and you just think of them as one unit, or are they separate things? This is like a definitional question, and it's one that is the same. It's the same thing in map design. This question of definitions. Definitions are all about just defining the differences between things and the responsibility that those things carry. What is their semantic quantity? What do they mean? So it's a little bit, it's a little bit convoluted. It can get convoluted at times. But generally speaking, I would say I think we're sort of filing this down to something that is more singular and makes clear sense and is easy to edit and easy to experience. So the current version of that is that I've got this crucible here that's actually got 3 separate abilities that you unlock. And my concept from yesterday that I was kind of fond of was this idea that rather than teaching the player 3 abilities in one space, I can actually teach them 3 abilities in 3 different places now that we have this teleport system in the game. So I could sort of encourage them to backtrack by sending them off somewhere on the map to go and learn the next ability. I think that is a cool idea. I don't know how catastrophic it would be to the game's kind of like continuity. I don't think it would be majorly. There are also some additional considerations that I was considering today, 20 minutes ago, based on the fact that I finished watching the 1998 Berserk anime yesterday. Holy Moses, that is a crazy ending to that show. And it's not even the ending of the series. The series keeps going, like as a manga, but the anime is holy, what the hell? It takes such a turn in the last like 3 episodes. I have never experienced any media that does that. Maybe like Hereditary is like the closest thing to that in terms of like just taking such a dark turn. Or I guess like season 1 of Game of Thrones does that right at the end, where like you have all this stuff that's like moving along and it's quite optimistic. It's quite, aspirational. It's got a glow to it that's happy. You feel good watching it. Even though things, hardships are, experienced. But the last 3 episodes are like, you had this in the chamber the whole time. You had this loaded. This is where you were going with this. That is actually crazy. It's almost like a different writer took over. But I know that's what Berserk is. So it's actually, I just find that so, it's very refreshing to experience fiction that's not afraid to go really, really dark at such a level of contrast. It's so bright and it goes so dark. So, what I was gonna sort of talk about was this possibility that like we could, right now, like I have this set up where Armin is in the Athenium when Oranstead is attacked. And now that I have this teleporting system in the game, we could put Armin amid the chaos when Oranstead is attacked, and then have him teleport out as part of the plot. It would certainly make it more immediate. I think that's probably too far. Hey, Ed Conky. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Yeah, I don't know if I should go that dark. It's probably too much. But I just had a thought, you know? I just thought a thought, and I thought, well, that's certainly something. So anyway, we are going to, today, do a bit of chopping things up further. We're going to continue to chop things up and maybe even prototype this anvil interaction. The tough part here is that this might require so we've been discussing this idea of having teleport moments happen when Armin sort of slams the hammer down on the forge. Like you do this thing and then there's a transition instantly, sort of when you do it. This is, in my mind, a very kind of Castlevania Symphony of the Night thing. So there are literally just teleporters in this game. See if we can find one. So that's it there. Screen goes to white. And then we just goes to white, fades from white. That's it. So if that's all we have to do, then that's pretty straightforward. A little bit of magic and flair in the transition. I'm going to try it. Let's see if we can set something up. So, to build this system, we might need to do a bit of a fork. That's a lot of updates. It's tough because all of these things are sort of intermingled. So, I mean, even if I do another another branch, what does that give me? I mean, it is a separate thing. So let's call this like anvil teleporters. And switch to the branch. What is happening here? Okay. Nothing. Oh. Excuse me. Nope. Maybe we just... Oh, okay. Stay there. And then this comes in a little bit. Or maybe we do this a little bit. And then maybe we could do this again. A little bit. Illusion preserved. Okay, so let's have a look. We'll go to our scratch pad scene and we'll have some fun with this thing. So actually what this is a change to our existing teleport system, which is this travel mechanic. And the travel mechanic uses signposts to do this. A signpost has a signpost script. And let's see what that does. World graph instance toggle true. That's all it does. Okay. Doesn't seem like that's possible. I guess it just opens up the world map with the teleport feature enabled. I think that's what I kind of went for. It also has this scene meta listable. Which is, I guess, I don't really know what that is. What is a scene meta listable? Oh, this is the teleport menu, fast travel menu. Okay. This is where we need to be. But it's still just this thing here. So what makes this a menu that we can traverse? What do the buttons do? Surely we have to be able to populate it and do all kinds of stuff like that. Is it at the very top? Oh, nope. 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 What am I missing here? Is it part of World Graph? Very confused. What is the fast travel menu? How did I do this? Oh, there is a script called fast travel. Where do you live? Not on the signpost? No, separately in a fast travel menu that lives on the world graph. I see. Maybe I wasn't reading correctly. So the world graph has a fast travel menu, and the signpost just says, yo, do it. Do it, lady. Okay. In that case, we're going to need a bit more around this. Because the tough part here is that we actually need to time the teleport with Armin's action. We need to sort of like have him slam it, which means we're going to be playing some kind of a timeline or cutscene or something like that as part of the moment. We need some VFX. We need to have some stuff happening between the scene. And currently, I don't have any kind of precedent for that in the game. The ability to like just instantly, I guess like I only have one like scene loading management system, and it fades to black. It doesn't fade to white. So to do the fade to white, we will need to probably override how the scenes load and unload, which is not great. Or we'll need a way to option them off. So the way this currently works is there's like a coroutine, and the coroutine, we have like a start point and an end point. And the start point says, hey, I'm about to load a new scene. Let's start fading out. And then we're going to fade back in a little bit later. Okay, so we fade out. When we faded fully to black, we clear everything out we unload the existing scene and we load in the new scene. And then if we're in a transition, it then finishes the scene loading moment. So on scene loaded, then we have our finish fade transition. So here it's kind of like we've got a few different let's go look at this again. If I just go yeah. So this, we'll put it here. This is the finish. Start, finish. And in both instances, we're sort of fading something without any options. Hey, Boom Dismo. I don't use Rust, so I couldn't tell you. I use C#. I mean, the tips that you will need to know are just like object-oriented programming and C-style languages. Python's not that similar, but it's depending on how you've used it, you might have some experience doing OOP. It depends on what you're using it for as well. Like HTML and CSS are sort of not really languages. They're like more like markup and styling. But Python is a language. Well, why are you learning them? Would be my question. Why do you want to learn a new language? Okay, so just signed up for comp sci classes. Well, I mean, if you're doing comp sci, I would say just like do comp sci, you know? You could do all your exercises in Rust if you want. They will give you a more directed experience than what you'll be able to do yourself unless you're following a course. But I think it's important. I mean, like, I guess if you want to be a software developer, there's also like, if you're just starting out, I would say you don't know what you want to do yet. So just get a bunch of experience doing different things. And sure, like learning Rust might be one of those things. But I actually think it's more important to find what kind of software dev you like to do. Like, we're talking like front end, we're talking about apps, or we're talking about services. We're talking about web, or we're talking about native. We're talking about engineering for real time, or we're talking about maintaining databases. You know, like it's very different kinds of work, or even like, I don't know, networking security. I mean, Python is very similar to Godot's language. It's basically Python. So you're already there if you want to make games in Godot. Rust can be used for game dev, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know which engines use it. Probably like smaller Rust game engine. Let's have a look. Pretty sure Rust is quite performant, right? It's like C++ level. Bevy. There you go. So you could use Bevy. Yeah. It's a game engine like that. They support everything. You just saw it on the page. So, examples: bunch of 2D stuff, math, 3D stuff. Running in the browser? Hell yeah. So the thing about engines like this that make them, I guess, we've talked about engines a lot on the stream over time. And that is so weird. It's so like locked up. I wonder why it's like that. So yeah, like it's so hesitant. Yeah, so engines kind of fall into a few different categories. There's like just a language with a bunch of libraries. There's a framework, which is kind of like all of that stuff together that are tailored for each other. And then there's like an engine, which is like an off-the-shelf, this is distracting me, like piece of software that's an editor that allows you to do, interface with all those libraries in a way that's got a GUI, basically. Hey, Magnus, thanks for the sub. So like Unity is an engine in that there's a scene editor. I'm working in Unity, which uses C#, and I'm building a game. And I've been building this for a long time. It's kind of like not just an engineering project. I do all of the art and everything, gameplay, that kind of thing. So at the moment, I'm working on changing the way that my game's fast travel system works, so that you fast travel through these anvils. And we're just thinking about what the scope is for that, how we have to change the game to do that. So where we're at right now is the thing that I use to transition between scenes is quite it does a lot of stuff, basically. And I could just bypass this. I think if I know what I'm doing here, I could just call scene manager.load scene and just hard load the scene. And long term, we will probably need to make this more efficient anyway. So for now, it's really more of a question of, in my world graph that handles the teleporting, it has a load scene right here. So this is to teleport somewhere. Game system dot load scene. Anywhere else? No, just teleport to node. And that's called by, I'm imagining something. I guess teleport to node is what gets called when we go into world graph and we look at the menu, canvas, vertical container. No, it's the fast travel menu that does it. You can't actually travel through the world graph. So the fast travel menu has this does the load scene here. Okay. So we could probably just take this and do I'll call it load scene. Okay. I'm using OOP, but I do a lot of composition. I'm not using ECS, if that's what you're asking. Like I use the components. It's weird because Unity has a feature. One of the core Unity features is the component system. And then there is ECS, which is the entity component system. And that's closer to, like, it's what, like there's this thing called dots. So that's basically data oriented. Can't remember what the other two things mean, but data oriented design basically takes everything in the game and breaks it down into arrays, which makes it a lot easier to traverse and is much more performant. My game doesn't need any of that stuff. My game's got way more like individual logic on specific things happening. But if we're just talking about like patterns, I use a lot of compositional design. Not a lot of inheritance, but that's in there. Okay. So that's okay. Yeah, if you want like millions of things on screen, then you go ECS and dots. For this, because it's sprites and stuff, it's performance is not really a consideration. Actually, for me, the consideration for performance has more to do with like loading a bunch of assets all at once. Like the streaming, like I basically just load everything when the scene starts, and then and then I just run the scene until I want to leave, and then I delete everything from memory and then load up the next scene. So in the transition here, oh, okay, you're not allowed to go there. Hang on, I need to bring it back to the index. So just then, going like that, it just went unload, load. If I want that to be faster, like that would require me to do a bit of fancy stuff. But actually, that was really quick. So as the scenes get bigger, the assets get bigger. So the tile set data is quite comparatively heavy. I will be releasing it, yeah. And yeah, I do the graphics myself. So I hand animate pretty much everything in the game. And I've coded most of it. I don't do the sound or the music, and I do have some help with animation as well for like enemies and characters and stuff like that, because it's just, there's too much of it for me. I've built a lot of the tooling inside of Unity. So this editor here, Scene Graph, is actually an editor that I built. And I've got an engineer friend of mine who's working on it with me for release. I've also built a bunch of things for like dialogue systems and that kind of stuff that just sit on top of Unity. So this editor here with the dialogue, that's custom. Lots of custom stuff. Even this causality system that goes over the editor, it shows you how things are connected to each other. So like this thing sets this flag, and then this thing looks for that flag and then does this thing. Like this NPC exists in the scene when you have done this quest. That kind of stuff. I can look at that here in an editor. So lots of different things you can do in Unity. All right, so we're going to focus a little bit now. Instead of GameSystem.loadScene, which is a custom function that I've written, I'm going to do the... I'm going to see if I can override this by doing the like core Unity scene transition. So it's basically this stuff needs to be done. In fact, all of this stuff needs to be done. Is there anything else here? Load scene, gets the meta, determines whether it's a system scene, determines whether to close the game or not, and then fades out, does the transition, or insists that we are starting a transition. That's because on the other side, I do some devlogs. This is kind of a devlog right now, but if you check out my YouTube channel, I've got lots of tutorials and vlogs and stuff there as well. So yeah, for sure. Check it out. Void plane insists on focus mode, so we'll do it. So this stuff here, we don't need any of this. Wait 4 seconds. We don't need the transitioning because we're going to be manually handling the transition. Although we might actually need something. You're famous. That's very nice. I don't know about that. It's basically just these two. We'll see if we can take them. I don't need this. So fast travel. Now scene manager.load scene is not available to us because we need to be using Unity engine.scene management. And then we also need to make sure that we are loading the scene that we want. So it might just be path. Okay, let's go see if that works. It's very rough, but that's how you start, you know. I gotta go to a different place as well. All right. So now we go here, big neighborhood. This should just, yeah, instantly teleport us. That was pretty quick, actually. That was not bad. This transition sound effect, I mean, we could just swap that for the sound effect that we want, but actually, I think it's more like we want to do like a cutscene here instead. I don't know. Well, we could do a timeline in the game system scene or the game engine game object, the singleton. We could put the timeline on the singleton and have Armin do the thing, pshing, and then the only problem is that Armin himself as a singleton gets reset. So I can't have him on the other side finishing an animation through the transition. I would need to kind of cheat a little bit by like hiding him, like disabling Armin and then enabling him after it. Or we would have to just accept that when we load back in, he's just standing there at the anvil. Does YouTube pay good? It's not a job. When I was doing it, like uploading every week, it's kind of like, sorry, I should be focusing, but when I was uploading every week, it was something like a part-time job, like at most a couple $1,000 Australian dollars a month, which is not bad, but if you work really hard, you expect to make a bit more than that. Okay. Never really broke like 1,500. So what do we do here? If we're just going to do the transition in and out, it's one of two options. It's basically either we have Armin on this side. He's got the hammer in his hand. Slams down on the anvil. At this point, we have a transition, or maybe at this point we have a transition. So either this is a timeline, Unity timeline, that plays out to here and then continues ... on the other side of the singleton. So as in it's got over the scene load, this is on an object that survives the scene load, doesn't get unloaded, doesn't get reloaded, it just stays there. Or we have one thing sort of flash to white, and then on the other side of the scene transition, we have some sort of flag that we stay with us, some sort of Boolean that we set, that on the other side we say, oh, we're supposed to be white now, and we're supposed to fade out from white on this scene load. Both will work. The difference is, and both of them probably we expect to have the character standing there. He probably won't even have the anvil, the hammer. He'll just be standing there in front of the anvil, which is fine. I think it would be really, really, really cool if we did some sort of like teleport. Like literally watch him like zip out of existence. I think the fall animation kind of works for that too. This kind of frame. Not a very good frame. I think that's maybe in the future we could do something like that. For now, I do have like this green light we could shoot up that kind of collapses. The only issue is that I've got a cutscene later that uses the big flash of white light to do something. Maybe I don't do that anymore. Maybe I just have that moment be here. Okay. Well, none of this really matters in this instant. This is all a strategy. All we really need to know is that we can do something. That's all that matters. We can go here, we can press this, we can do that, and then go. And technically speaking, that involves us it involves us having some way to access this menu from the forge itself. That would be the thing. So when we go over to the forge, the good news is that the signpost doesn't really do much. It's just, all it really does is on interaction, fires up the world map. That's literally all it does. Which means we could create a menu right now for the forge system that lets us do this pretty efficiently. There is a little bit of an issue here in that currently this is what shows up when you open up the forge. And well, we'd be proposing having a few different entry points here for what we want to do. I actually think that I've been considering having there be a few different things that happen at a forge, very like Dark Souls bonfire-y. So having the forges be rest stops, places where you can change certain parts of equipment that you can't otherwise change, teleporters, maybe entry to like challenge levels. This is very similar to the benches, I think, in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or there's like a training thing. Basically everywhere that is considered a checkpoint in the game has like 3 or 4 of these things that you can interact with. Dark Souls has the bonfires. I like the idea of lumping them all together. Though it is kind of cool to have like, if there was like a bed and an anvil and something else. I just don't know if I could justify visually some of the places where these anvils appear are a little bit cinematic. So having there be like a literal bed sitting there is a bit much. In which case, locking everything here would mean it's a bit of a redesign. I don't really know. What I'm a bit concerned about is like, how do I validate this? Like I mean, I could whip together a menu quickly. I do have a reasonably efficient menu system. So maybe I just need to get something together quickly. All right, let's do the UX for it. All right. Did I put something somewhere for this? Nope. Okay. All right. Well, let's mock it up. I always sneeze twice. Sekiro. Always sneeze twice. Okay. So 93. That's a lot of sneezing. So we got like forge, we've got it'll auto rest. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at fast travel. It's really just that stuff, I think. Even masteries maybe a little. I guess that's it. It's a bit awkward to have a whole menu dedicated to that. Actually, I think my heuristic here is something more like this. Not heuristic, the design language. I think I do like that at the moment. I guess this is where you would do your storage as well. Oh my gosh, please. It's just such a teeny menu. I feel like if you're going to have a menu, you might as well have at least 4 items. If I wanted to be really mean, I'd have save system right there as well. So you could only save at the forges. I feel like autosave's kind of mandatory these days. But that's the classic way you would do it. What other things do I have? Okay. What's the Dark Souls? There's so many options in that game. I mean, it was because of hardware limitations, but like that's it also doesn't mean that it can't be used as a design choice. You know what I mean? Like those games felt a certain way and they weren't convenient, but convenience isn't necessarily what I'm going for. Yeah, I mean, it's not even really a playtime question. It's more just like it creates a different sense of risk. It's not about that I want you to die a bunch. It's just like I want you to feel like, you know, you need to be careful. Although I should say save points versus auto saving don't have to be separate things. Like having the game remember where you were when you close it is different from what happens when you die in the game. So like I could make it that like when you die, you go back to the last bonfire no matter what, but you can save anywhere. It's just that when you die, you'll go back to the last bonfire. No, I wouldn't make that optional. I would do it one way or another, for sure. Okay. Well, I don't have all of these options in my game, so I'll just leave it. We could just have like an accessories option if we want. Maybe we have to check to see first if there is a fast travel option. I don't like that ultimately this is a menu that has two options really. It's just forge or fast travel. And fast travel seems like just, it could just be a different input or something like that. But interact is only one input. It's just the top face button. So I would need some secondary, you know, like hold both triggers or do something like that to teleport. I don't see it. Well, no, that was the thing. Well, no, see, I would make it so that rest was just a thing that happened when you interacted with it. And I would make it so that there is no, like, every anvil is capable of fast traveling you, even these ones here. So if I have a map, the problem is if I have a map or a sign, I have to put a map or a sign everywhere that there is an anvil. And some of these places are too cinematic, they're too dramatic to have like, oh, and this is a little map on the wall. It's like, no, it needs to be more like inherent or like magical. Couldn't you just have a tooltip like X to forge, Y to fast travel? Yeah, it's just that those buttons they're doing other things. That's the problem. I'd have to overload the buttons, which is not something that I love. In like Elden Ring, they'll do that a little bit where it's like X to interact, but triangle to swap interactions, or left and right to swap interactions, triangle to interact. It's always weird because like the two times where you have to do that in the game are it's so few that you sort of don't even realize that you can do it some of the time. People have to look at guides to realize that you have to swap the interaction to hoist the medallion at the elevator. No, definitely not. It's the anvils themselves that they are the teleport points. So the teleportation mechanic is supposed to be something that's very convenient for getting you from one anvil to another anvil. It's not something that you have with you as an inventory item. You can't spend it. It's not a resource. It's an action that can be done at an anvil. And as far as resting is concerned as an action, the only reason it's sort of an action in Dark Souls is when you do it, the enemies respawn. I don't really have that in Insignia. Right, but then Ian, you have to forge it every time you want to make it. I mean, I suppose I could put like fast travel as an item in Forge. But that's a bit weird. And then you'd have to choose where you want to go. What's the problem with two options? It's just that you have to sort of like press S to use the forge, and then you have to pick an option of two. And then when you pick one of the options, you go to either this menu or the world map. It just feels like 3 interaction points when hopefully it's just more like 2 at most. It's like press this, choose that, press that, go. You think so? I mean, hold to fast travel could work. It would need to be here every single time. The other thing though is that I could make it so that the map auto fast travels when you bring up the map. Oh, that's an option. So there's a map button. If you're standing out of Forge when you press the map button, then it goes into the fast travel menu rather than just the Forge menu. Because the map menu. The map is just this, and the Forge menu is a modified map. So maybe I just give you a tooltip to press the map button underneath this one. Because this menu is the same as this menu. It's just that this one says travel and this one doesn't. But you can only get to that menu by interacting with this thing. So the answer, I guess, would be to show the tooltip to do the map input here, and that will show the fast travel. Yeah. I just don't want to add a new menu for nothing. That's all. Okay. How would I do this? So what I need to do is on the map input, check to see if we're standing at a forge. It might require Armin to stand in place. So then it would be something like have an interest whose interaction button is the map button. I think that's possible. Let's test it out. I know, but when I chuck something in, I'm changing a system. Like the game's too far ahead for me to just chuck it in. Because it can't just sit on top of the rest of the stuff. It has to go like into it. Because there's other stuff bound to that button. For example, this. Like the menu button right now it's going to fall into a race condition if I'm not figuring out when to not go into the normal menu kind of thing. So let's think about it. So I want to have an interactable that's here, and we can make it look like the forge just for you. Put it here, put the prompt here, and then make the button for the prompt the select button. And then have this bound to some sort of cutscene or something like that. I'm not saying that I won't change it. I'm just saying that like right now in this moment, for me to do the minimum prototype requires that I build it in a way that doesn't step on stuff that's already there. That's all I'm saying. Like chucking it in it's not physically possible, is what I'm saying. I have to carefully put it in, even if it's a minimal version of it. See, that was just the S button, which means I'm hard coding the input to be the special button, which is contrary to what the whole point of this is. So let's take a look. Is that because engine special? Or I should say game system. No, it's engine. Pop interaction happens when? Two places. This. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks because it means that you can only interact with anything in the game using the interact button, which makes sense that I would do it that way. But it also means that I can't override those buttons. See, this is what I'm saying. If I want this to work natively, I have to expand the interaction system to allow you to do key value pairs of buttons and interactions. Right now, it's a stack of interactions that pop when you press the interact button. So globally, they all have to interact with the same thing. Which is fine. This is the one time where I was going to break that, and I only just decided to do it 10 minutes ago. So what do we want to do here? Do we want to do we want to just make an exemption? It just means I don't get the benefit of being inside of my system. We could try something else where right now Armin is the one that checks the interactable. But instead we could have the interactables check to see if they have been pressed. If they are being, like if the interactable is holding Armin and the player presses the interaction button that's listed on the interactable pops off the sequence, assuming that it's the top one on the sequence bound to that button. I guess that's the question. We have to know from some frame of reference, we have to know that the button we're pressing is the one that we would be pressing to interact with this thing. But how do you check to see if the others would require that button? Well, they do have, do all interactables have a button associated with them? They have an event. They do not have a button. What about trigger? What does trigger do? Because on the engine, it pops the interaction if Armin presses the button. It pops the interaction if it's triggered on collision. We are not in focus mode right now. So that's it. Just if it's triggered on collision or if Armin presses the button. It's not great to have the double tooltips. I'm not happy about that. You know, this menu could almost be a menu with two tabs if we wanted to really get fancy with it. we could do forge and travel, 2 tabs at the top. And then you could have like this would sit in the same position no matter what. I don't love this menu, by the way. I feel like select a design. I feel like this should be in the ribbon and there should be no select a design. Anyway. All right, for now we did a little menu. It is what it is. Yeah, I just don't, it's really just that I don't know. Like, the problem is that the flows are different because like when you go into the map, the next thing that happens, let's just say there was a map button here, teleport, next to the food or whatever, or in a tab at the top. I still have to then select a destination. So this is designed in such a way that it's framing Armin. He's allowed to be on the center of the screen right now. So that when I press something, the next thing that happens is the menu disappears and then we're looking at Armin holding a hammer over his head. But if I'm doing the menu, I press the button, I still have to pick somewhere to go. And then the thing happens. Unless you were scrolling through a list of locations here. Like the list of things to make gets swapped with a list of locations to go to. That's just a little bit awkward. So well, I'm not even committed to the paper aesthetic at this point. It's more just like logically, they're 2 separate things that are happening at one thing. In real life, you don't travel at a forge. So it's just like, well, maybe it is better to swap them out as 2 separate things. I don't know. Holding the button is certainly cool. I like that idea of like holding it, but it's a little awkward. Otherwise, what other things could we do? You can't use the jump button. You can't. Maybe it's L. Oh, that's kind of cool because the L is the target button. So you press L and the face button. It's like you're doing the magic button forge, magic forge, which is the travel. Because you modify with L everywhere else in the game. It's just that if you were trying to do some special ability there, so L is the toggle interaction key for secondary interactions. Sort of, okay. It would be double bound with the actual interaction key. That's the only problem. Like doing that normally, L and then interact button is special ability. It would be the yellow attack power. So you would not be able to stand in front of a forge and use that ability, which you probably shouldn't be able to do anyway, but at least it doesn't require a new menu. So, all right, I'm committing to that for now. It's still just a little bit... It's a bit... I don't know why I'm so stuck on this, man. No, but this isn't the only place you can do it. And there are other places that won't have a globe. So like right now it's like this. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just... Do I just not do it? Hey, Musta. Do I just not do it at all? Sorry. I'm questioning things higher up the chain now about whether or not it's worth it to even do teleporting at anvils. Well, it should do that, Robin. That would be the goal, but there's trade-offs there. Sorry to get stunlocked like this. All right. It's at least not a problem in chapter 1, so I'll just do it this way. Well, that's the goal, the Lost Body. But the game Insignia is a little bit different because you, like in Zelda, in Breath of the Wild, you can teleport between shrines. Insignia is the same, but the shrines are anvils. So when you teleport specifically to these places. These are where there are going to be anvils in the game. So there's one of them is like a place where your dad, his workshop was, but the rest of them, most of them, are these mystical places. So that's just the way that it's set up. All right. So interest. Update. Okay. Sure. Just say contains player at that point. Okay, so if this is the case, if that's the case, and this is the case, and then if that's the case, then world graph.instance.toggle true. We don't need to check that because it's just the case. Toggle with fast travel. Okay. That's it. What opens this menu? Inputting option. Select. Oh, did I press special? Oh, it is special. Yeah, why am I pressing select? That's still wrong though. I guess I need to ban the input. But that shouldn't do that. That should just be perfect. So maybe I'd need to debug it just to make sure it works. Okay. Getting a phone call, but I think it's spam. I'm just going to ignore it. Interest and contains target. Pressing inputs. Ah, this should be get input abilities. There we go. Hey, Scapegoat, how's it going? Okay, so now the signpost has a, I think I'm searching literally for signpost when I load in. Yeah. Instead, I'll search for little forge menu. So then, what dictates when we can travel? Let me remember how I did that. Signposts have fast travel menu, content, scene meta listable, what tells us what metas are? It's a list of metas in this, in what? In fast travel. Oh, and that's just in the game engine. I I just set the scenes. Oh, okay. That's easy. Armin would have an English accent. Southern English. So this would be like now Magnus's workshop. Let's do it inside of here. And then it would be one in, not in Orenstead anymore. Overlook has one. Chasm does have one. Crucible has one. Athenium Steps doesn't currently anymore. No, not like Cockney. That's a bit too rough. It would be like a bit more upper class or middle class. Closer to RP. Okay, well, that kind of worked. Sort of. Sort of. Oh, because I put the interest in the ground. Why did that go away? Because of that. Wait, why does a dynamic text wrapper background have a special little rectangle with nothing inside of it? Eh? What? What is this doing? Is it because of raycast target? No. Maskable? No. What is this? What is this? Hey, Deadnall Isaac. Thank you. What is this rectangle? There's no component for it. There's nothing inside of this. But it's there. Well, this is the prompt background. But there's no, I can't see the collider. The proximity fader depends on this interest, which is this. This thing is what I just moved. But I moved it up. So Armin should be stepping inside of it, no problem. Okay, what happens if I move it up? Right. And that's because of what? Yeah, I think it's his chest. Armin's chest is anchored there. So it's not doing the correct overlap check. It's checking to see if his actual position is inside, not checking to see if he overlaps. So let's go back over to interest. And then why do we have interactable collider? I think that's just old. So player detector checks to see if overlap points the position. Okay. Which is cheap. Alternatively, we could just make it bigger. I mean, we don't have to fret too much about this. How'd the demo go? Working on updates to player feedback. This is from GameChops.com. It's based on their radio playlist. But it's a playlist that I put together. It's playing literally in Windows Media Player. I purchased a bunch of their albums and they're all licensed to play on stream. Okay. But you can get them from GameChops.com. They're all just on YouTube videos you can watch. Well, listen to. So now the input needs to be there and visible. And I could swap this out for a lower prompt row, but I think instead I'm just going to copy this. It's so bad. I could just use the select button. Let's just do that. It just doesn't make any sense. The shift button right now is the worst possible. I don't know what the shift. It should say the letters shift, I guess. But my system is based on like a very specific, like 8x8 pixel space that I have to put a character inside of that. So now I have to worry about my key actions. But I know that this is shift, so I'll figure it out later. So now coming back to this thing, we go back to little forge menu, and then pressing inputs is now select. Yeah, but it's not going to do it. Because of the race condition. Unless I put handle open and close in late update. Damn it. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Because this is happening in update. It's not even running. Wait, detector doesn't contain target? Okay, something's wrong because we're not even... It's not even running any of that now. Let's recompile. It's opening and closing instantly. Need to recompile because I changed the function name, the variable name. This should work now. Okay, didn't work. Now I'm really confused. That looks perfect. Why is it not open? I guess it's also closing. You, where have you come from? Fast travel update. Fast travel exit. Input config. Oh, hang on. Okay, one more. Slowly, slowly. This is why we don't hack things in, because this happens. Okay, we're in. Now we can remove the signposts. Wait. If interest is not null and interest.detector.contains target to if interest detector contains target question mark false. I hate that. The null operator. Sometimes I do it if I'm trying to access something, but I would just prefer to be a bit more verbose. And have what I'm saying make sense. You know? Like, that's okay to me. I get what I'm looking at here. But even then, you could just do this. I'm pretty sure. Or does it not let you do that? Is that what they wanted? Right. I don't... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, Abibilla. Nice. Oh, they definitely do work already, Robert. Yeah, yeah. It's a casting issue because one of them is like an object that returns an object that is the return type of a null check that isn't itself a bool, but it's an object or it could be null. And the other one is a Boolean, right? Something like that. If you could do that, it would be nice though. I would do it if I could just put a question mark in there. If that's all I had to do, I'd do it. I don't actually even need to check this. This was Copilot that just did that. I would just do this. Just screw the null check and make sure that I am responsible for it. All right. So now I got to remove the signposts. Oh, we already know that it works because I tried it already, but I can do it for you. For you, I'll do it. But the thing that I just added was not, how do I put this? Had nothing to do with whether or not the teleport system was functional. It was just accessing the teleport system. Oh, that's not very good. Why do we have two of these? Mistakes were made. All right, so now we can check between those two. Oh, great. I can't exit because the close button is also the same as the open button. Hey, Kekoa. Am I up for a game review? Yeah? Okay, I just have to do this the long way then. See, it works. I don't have a dog. That is the neighbor's dog. Not my dog. If I had a dog, it would be well trained. That dog is lonely and anxious. Hey, Kratesh. We're getting there. We're getting there. Big changes. Very big structural changes. The game will feel new to even me. There you go. And now I can just get back there. That big S right over my face, though, it's a bit annoying, isn't it? Was that here, or was it just over there? Okay, just over there. It is the button prompt on this interest that sits on the little forge menu. Should that even be existing? I feel like the answer is no. Nothing breaks when I... Cool. For right now, we could have that be the M key. Thank you so much. But, well, the real condition would be what? Finishing? What's the purpose of using the forge after you've beaten the dungeon? Using the forge is to forge and to teleport between the different places. The game's got Metroidvania elements. So you kind of like need to go between places anyway. It's the same thing as in Zelda. In Breath of the Wild, sometimes you just want to be somewhere on the map and there happens to be a forge there. The UI? What's the purpose of using the forge after you've beaten the dungeon? To forge other things. There's just a forge system in the game. Why is it still doing that? I think I just need to compile. Still no map button. All right. MWP, we're going to review a game. Do you have a link for me to play it somewhere? Okay. All right. Well, I'll play that now. Why don't we do that? I'm just going to change one more thing. There is a... that's not in the game anymore, is it, technically? This is called excavation entrance. Okay. All right, let's do it. Well, okay. Is there any music? Level 2 is complete. Next level. A lot of things are happening. How do I get it? F to interact. Okay. Well, that's cool. Okay. Now what? Press T. That's to teleport back to base. Tab. There's a lot happening in the top right here. I'm not paying as much attention as I feel like I should. Uh-oh, I can't move. I don't know what to press. Can't press tab to get out. Oh, yes I can. No, I can't. Right click outside the box. Okay. All right. Lots of options here. Lots of different ways of doing things. Gun. I'll take that. Click to craft weapon. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to pretend I know what I'm doing and say I'm done with that now. Can I use the gun? E to smith tool. I'm so confused. I'm going to die. I'm almost out of health. How do I get the gun? Equip. There. Hammer. Equip. There. Okay. Now I'm getting out. I'm going to die. I'm like 17 seconds left. Okay. How the hell do I... Does this guy give me health back? Nope. T. Okay. T happened. What do I do? Buy 3 radar. Do I have the money for that? guess that's the gun guy. Okay, I bought 3. Got it. How do I switch to my other tool? Was it E? Just gonna do this for a bit. No, I thought upgrading the hammer would make a big difference. Can I get out of here? There are so many cool things, like the kickback on that gun is so cool, but I've got nothing to shoot at. Am I stuck? Oh, it's killed me. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Is that a thing I can attack, or am I just... Was I just standing in a bad spot? Radar. Okay. I still can't get down there, though. There are so many cool things that you've built, but it's really hard to get any kind of flow with them because I sort of just don't really have any way of understanding. Like, there's too many different things. And I feel like this game, like, I'm sort of not... Oh, can I ever get back up there? Yeah. Like, you're actually... I mean, it's clear that you're pretty competent as a developer in terms of, like, you got these systems in there, you got some cool feedback, there's some, you know, interesting graphics, there's lights, there's lots of stuff in the game. But the game's got a lot of ideas, and I'm not able to see them come together yet because I don't have any way of really having a good sense of understanding what you've designed. As in, like, I'm still not sure what genre this game is. I don't know whether this is a resource game. Is it like a Terraria kind of thing? Is it like Minecraft? Are there enemies that I have to fight? Like, how do I engage with this thing? Even this, right? Like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 choices I've got here in front of me. if I've got 9 choices, how do I know what's good or what I should be pressing? Like radar versus radar range. How do I know what those do? Yeah, but the thing is, we have to, it's important that the player understands what they're supposed to do. Otherwise they get confused. So for me, it's like, if I can't understand and you can't explain, then what are we doing? You know, I sort of just go, well, I'm just a bit like, no, I think like smaller game. I think like make it smaller or make it more straightforward. Like just don't have so many layers. Like why not just have it be like one tool, like just the gun or just the hammer? Or if there is a gun and a hammer, only upgrade one of them. Or if you're going to have like a merchant, just have one merchant. Why have like 2 different merchants or 3 different merchants? Also, like the way that the player interacts with the game right now, every single interaction is different keys, different mouse inputs. It's like I'm having to learn like 30 different inputs just to know how to interact with the game. Like, I can click this, but it doesn't do it. So I have to click the weapon and then craft? Or do I have to, like, I guess I don't have the tools that I need. I can upgrade, but I'm not sure. It's just like a lot of, like even this thing here, clicking this and then having to, like these pluses don't immediately let me know that I am supposed to do something after I press this. So it's actually, I guess what this really is a bunch of like design conventions that if you were working with a designer, the designer could tell you like, oh, like this is how you should do it for UI. Like you should be consistent with the UI. Maybe it's click and drag to equip. Maybe it's, you know, whatever. Or button states. Like if something's uncraftable, make it gray, you know? Or this stuff up here, like if these notifications, if they're important, put them here. Put them in the bottom middle of the screen so that they're telling me exactly what to do right now. Because if you put them in the top right like this, they kind of seem optional. They kind of seem like notifications, like, oh, you can do this or achievement unlocked. Whereas actually they're way more important. It's like you have to read this in order to understand what's happening in the game. Like the player just won't know what to do. Even this, like I'm sort of not sure what I'm doing. I guess I'm just digging stuff to get more resources, but I can't tell when it's going to take a long time or when it's going to take a short time. Also, like why make it take so long? And why can't I go through here? Like why is this blocked? Is there a reason? Like I can't understand, is this a wall here? And if it's a wall, why is this a wall? Like where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go down here? Like am I supposed to go down and then across and then what? Like what am I supposed to do? Also, can I not teleport anymore? Oh, I have to press G every time? Is that what that is? Like that's strange. You know, like why do I have to press G every time? Why not just show me what I can do, you know? Right. So basically the trick is this. If you ever have to say the player is supposed to do this, you have two questions that you have to ask yourself before you can put it in the game. One is, why does the player have to do this? And two is, how do I make it so that the player understands that what they're supposed to do, and that they understand so well that I don't even have to tell them, right? Like, how do I make it so obvious that what the player is supposed to do that I don't have to explain to them what they have to do? Because that, unfortunately, creates it takes a lot of non-gameplay for the player to understand what they have to do. It's a bunch of explanation. If it's very complicated, like, how does the player find out? If it's not straightforward, then it's complicated. And if it's complicated, is it complicated for a good reason? Like, is there a reason why, for example, like, I've got a gun, right? I really want to use this gun. I've had the gun for ages. I want to use the gun. I want to shoot things. But I've had nothing to shoot, and I've been playing for like 5 or 10 minutes now. So, like, why do I have to break through like 30 blocks of terrain before I can... I'm imagining that there's an open space soon, but I actually don't know that. The enemies are coming from the blocks. Oh. But you've done such a... You've given me so much anticipation, seeing the laser sight on it. I'm expecting, to shoot stuff like from out there, coming at me from far away. But this is like, I have to stand right up against the block and I have to run back and shoot like that. So then my next question is, like, all of this structure that's been created, right? All of this layers of game systems, where does it go? Like, when I get better weapons, it's to do what? Is it just a loop? Is it just I'm digging stuff to buy more stuff so I can dig stuff faster? Is there an end aspect? And then also, like, we've got some extra buttons here that I don't actually know what any of them do. Like, what does this bar represent? It's just a bar. I have no idea what it means. Down here, you can't see them yet. Down here, it's like, I don't know what 86, 85 means. Is that until I can teleport again? I don't know what this green or orange. It's like, I don't know what any of this stuff means. And it's not necessarily that I want... It's not necessarily that I need an explanation. It's also a question of, like, should it be like that? Should that exist? Should this pink bar exist? Because I don't know what it does. And yeah. I mean, it also has to be... I think there has to be more design here. I think that's what we're missing. Just choices, really. Like, how to make this fun. Because there's a risk-reward element, I think. Like, right now, for example, let's think about it, right? Let's just, from the very top. At the moment, this is very action game. It's like Enter the Gungeon or something. Like, I can move left and right. I can jump. There's platform mechanics, right? So the way that the camera shifts when I move like this, the look ahead, makes me think we're going to be doing action stuff. Almost like action horror or something, like Resident Evil in 2D. That's where I think this is going. Especially when I see like an AK. It's like, oh, I'm going to be shooting lots of enemies. And it's going to be chaotic. So those elements make me think that there's going to be action. But when I'm interacting with the game the way that it's designed right now, it's like, okay, even like the little spinny animation on the weapon when I swap it, this little, it's cool, right? But it makes me think that there's going to be an action element to using this thing. Like if I just clicked, okay, here's the question. Why shouldn't a player just click on the blocks Minecraft style? Like, why can't I just click them? Why do I have to go into a special menu to click them? And is the amount of clicks, why this many clicks? But is it fun? Right? The justification, like, is it something where the player is going to feel like it was worth it? Because right now, I'm not sure it's worth it. Like, I'm not having enough fun to justify it taking so long. And I can't really tell that it's going to take a long time. Consider that, like, I can't actually see a lot of the game. There's a lot of brown, there's a lot of gold, there's a lot of gray. So, like, for me, there's no clear like, I sort of just click on anything. It's like, okay, I know these break easily, so I guess I'll click that. And then I guess I'll break these because I'm here. And then what did I get for it? I almost didn't have time to read the message down the bottom. I think we just need more feedback. We just need a clearer sense of direction about what it is that is fun. You know, what's the thing that I'm looking forward to? Where's the risk? Where's the reward? How do I like build anticipation as the player for my next choices? Because choices don't matter if I can't understand what they do. Like, if I go and buy something now with my $158, do I get to mine things 2% faster, 5% faster? I don't even know. So there has to be a challenge element, and there has to be some kind of reward for making good choices. But I don't know what my choices are, and I don't have any risk at the moment. I think I died once, but I wasn't sure why. That's the I guess the core of game design. And it's not easy. Like, you've demonstrated already here that you're like a very competent developer. You can build a lot of stuff. But the stuff has to have purpose to be worth someone else's time. And that can be really hard to communicate, can be really difficult. But that's the craft, you know? And I think this starts with building. So there's a concept of player empathy. That means when you play the game, do you understand what players feel? Because ultimately, your win condition as a developer, especially when you do a game jam, if you want to win the jam, you want people to think your game's fun. And it's up to them if it's fun. It's not up to me or you, right? So what do you have to do to solve the formula to make a fun game in a short amount of time? The first thing would be to have something you can play. That's the first thing. If you're playing it and you're having fun, that's a good reason to keep going in that direction. But if you're building something to build it and you finish it, but you haven't had any fun inside of it, then there's a problem with the process. Because building, like, even I'm looking at like the static effect on this 158, like this here, that's a really cool effect, right? It looks really neat. It's like a fade off there. There's like a mask over it. It's like, it looks animated. We've got these lights here that are rotating. There's a lot of stuff here that would have taken some time, but I don't know if it's gone to use. I don't know if it's best placed given the mechanics, right? If you had to pick just the bits that contribute to the fun. Where does that time have to go? Because the bits, it's almost like we've built a lot of stuff, but we don't know what's fun yet. We're just building stuff to see because it's realistic or because it's what the ideas that we had. You know, maybe we thought because another game had a feature. Those are all fair starting points, but if you're going to design like that, you have to actually then have a relationship with the player. You have to have like feedback. You have to say, okay, how does this feel? And the player says, oh no, I don't understand this. It's like, okay, why doesn't this work? Or how do I make this more understandable? But in a jam, you don't have that time. So it's better to just start with something that's typically an interaction. What is the one thing that you do that feels good to do? So for me, like right now, again, starting with this, it's like shoot stuff. That feels good. Now, maybe you don't want to make a game about shooting stuff, and that's fair too. So if it's about mining, it's like, okay, how do I make the mining feel like the thing that I want to do? And how do I build a flow state around that? Challenge, relaxation, tension. How do I build a story that the player engages with as they get through my systems? We have the systems, we just don't have those dynamics. Okay. So I guess like just to bring this back, just to do like a final stamp on it, I know that you've got motivation here. There are like not achievements, but you have the quests, and the quests are very similar to Minecraft's quests, where it's mostly just saying, hey, like do this stuff to get to the next thing. Minecraft, however, the thing that makes Minecraft, the retention mechanic in Minecraft is the player expression of their world. So in Minecraft, you mine things because then you can build your house with them, which saves you from the monsters at night. So there's like reasons why inherently I want to mine in Minecraft. And the achievements are just there to help me along. But my primary like purpose is something that's ultimately like selfish or like self-guided. Maybe it's creative. I want to build a beautiful house. Maybe it's whatever. But I have these incentives. Here we have the systems again, but yeah, we need some sort of like, you know, is there something coming to attack me? Am I running out of oxygen? What is the reason why I need to mine things? Because if I just stand here, nothing bad happens, right? And the curve is very slow. You know, as far as I know, as I'm upgrading things, like $300, I was mining a lot. You know, I can increase my flashlight radius by just a tiny bit for all that work I just did. So there you go. I hope that wasn't too critical. I think this is all stuff that you have to, how about your page? I don't know what you mean by your page. This? Yeah. The Hamdig page. Oh, this page. It's very, you got a lot of colors. There's a lot happening. The GIFs are pretty cool. There's actually some, like, coming back to some of the elements that you had in there, there was a lot of juice in there, you know, like the hitting the things, having the rocks shake when you hit them. That's all good stuff. Like being able to add that stuff in the game is good. It's more just it has to come with purpose. It has to relate back to something more core. can't just be juice for juice's sake, which is really hard to express with words. I'm realizing. I feel like I know what I mean, and I feel like chat probably also. I mean, when we play games, like when we play games that we purchase from the shop or on Steam, they have so much design in them. And it sort of goes without saying. We just assume that games are fun because we play them, and they are. All the ones we play are fun. So if you make a game, it should be fun, right? But there's so much work that goes into making something fun rather than just making something that's finished. And the fun parts can be very, like, I have trouble with this, right? I have trouble with making my game fun, even though there's a lot of stuff here that's, you know, competently functional. It's like, is it fun to beat enemies up? Well, if they didn't drop coins, it might not be as fun. Maybe it would be only fun for a little bit because it's only fun to smash them, but it's not fun to, it's not purposeful to attack them, you know? Or like these hanging pots. You know, if 99% of the pots didn't have any items in them and only 0.1% did, maybe I wouldn't bother attacking the pots, even if it was physically kind of crunchy to do and produced well. If the design isn't rewarding, then you run out of motivation very quickly. So it's tough, right? It's not just about quality of assets. It's about the why. GMTK is a pretty good channel for this kind of conversation if you want more like offline material for this stuff. Thanks for sharing. We need one more thing. Sure, of course. I think I need, if I'm going to have like bonfire lit moments, this is exhausting. I'm so tired today. I didn't get a good night's sleep last night and I'm just a bit down. What's important here? I do need good food. Let's write down what we need to do. That's always helpful. Okay, I did that. This isn't there yet. It's kind of like we need no, don't. We need teleport sequence. Need forge unlocked moment. I guess it's kind of like, what is forge unlocked? It's access to crafting and teleport. And then healing. Maybe we'll make it so that anywhere, maybe it's like any fireplace heals. Like being near fire heals Armin. That's kind of cool. Let's leave that out. Access to crafting and teleport, healing. There was the rest option, wasn't there? We were thinking about having an option to rest specifically. Would it do anything else? I mean, in Elden Ring, the base game, you have to interact with the grace to get your health back. In Night Rain, you run past the grace and it just auto heals you. Actually, there is a reason later in Insignia why we would do it. Damn it. Okay, now we have 3 options. Now we can add the menu. Yeah, there's a future feature that I was going to add to do with replenishing consumables. Okay, that's on the roadmap then. Okay. Well, we'll get to it. For now, I don't really want to make another menu. And I don't think we need the rest option right this second. So, going back to this. Okay, need teleport sequence, need forge unlocked moment. Man, I'm so tired today. It's too much. I'm so out of it. I just like, it's so hard for me to like make good decisions. Hey, Josh Vance. Welcome. Ah, thank you. I'm doing my best here. Yeah. So let's try to make easier decisions. Let's try to do something that's easier. Let's go to the... Am I really going to do this? Let me ask the question. Am I really going to put the 3 challenges in 3 different parts of the map? I guess so. But then if I'm going to do that, I need this thing with the white wisp moving around. Yeah. So I need a waypoint system on the map. The map's starting to get a bit more... All of this stuff is so committal, right? Like, oh, if I'm going to have something on the map that flashes, then I need to be able to open the map, pinpoint a thing, guide the player to that part of the map, tell them what the input is on the forge to go teleport. It's a lot of stuff. Yeah. I just feel, and I don't know that this stuff is like valuable there's no like immediate priorities. It's just like, just do a bunch of stuff until like the game feels fun again. And I'm not sure that it's going to. Like, I just feel like I'm just doing a bunch of stuff and it breaks a bunch of stuff to do that. And then I have to re-sew it all back together. And then maybe it'll be better if I do that. You know? Well, okay. The good thing, the valuable thing in this process is that no matter what, I don't actually have to decide whether this is going to go at Magnus's workshop or not, because I can just make it a separate level, and that's the valuable point. That's the whole point of this last week, is that I can say it's a level that you go to, and when you do the level, you go somewhere else. I don't have to warp the geometry underneath anything else. I just make this little challenge level, and that validates learning the ability. And as long as it's fun, tick, done. Let's focus on that. So, to answer your question, TSG Martita, I use tiled. This is tiled. Been a bit existential, hasn't it, here, chat? It's been a bit difficult for me. Just been struggling. Yeah, it's, you know, some of this is sleep. I'm going to an immunologist next week. Hopefully that helps. and then I'm going to get some sinus surgery. I've been due for it for a long time, and it's just, like, when I'm combining being really, really busy with also not being able to think straight, it's so easy to just spiral into this like horrible mindset of just, it's kind of helpless because I just don't know what to do. Like, I don't know how to approach problem solving when I can't think my way out of a paper bag. I can't rely on just going on autopilot because some of these decisions are really important. And the time frames that I make the decisions in are also really important. And I'm doing it on stream. I'm doing it in this performative, way. So we are doing a hedgehog challenge. Do I have hedgehog challenges right now? I have slide challenges. Where are the normal dash challenges? Did I not make them? These are the ground pound ones. Well, I guess we could just set them up ourselves. We're pretty smart here, aren't we? So first one would be crossing a gap. And we'll need a pulley to help us get back up if we screw it up. Could even do some thorns. What did I call this thing? How'd this work? Lowercase t. Okay. We stare back. Yes, that's very comforting. Very comforting. Okay. Ouch, rude. Well, the lift doesn't work with just tiles. The tiles spawn in the actual lift. The tiles just determine where the lift's going to be. No, this is Unity. Okay, and then we do this. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Okay. I mean, they are very different, but okay. Really? That's 3 up and we can't get to it? Oh yeah, that'll be cool. Yay. Oh, wow. That worked out. I can make walls that are kind of invisible. But at the moment, it's more like I instead would do something like this. I copy paste this. I put this on the foreground layer. And then maybe I would do something like this. And then erase. There's no colliders on them. So you could just do whatever you want here. Let's get rid of all that. And that's invisible. But usually you would need to have something like, obviously you want to be able to pass through it and then go into the area. Later on we'll do it. Right now we don't have anything like that. Semi-solids? What would an example of a semi-solid be? What do you mean? What, like what in Mario? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is one of those here. Like this. I just call those one-way platforms. I've never heard the phrase semi-solid before. I've only heard it described as one-way platforms. So like, yeah, like that. The easy way is, there's kind of a couple ways. Right, in Mario Maker, fair enough. In my game, there's kind of a complicated setup. What I do is I have two different physics layers. I have player ground and I have player one-way ground. And these are on the ground layer. This solid here is ground, and this is called one-way ground. And what I do is I change what the player is able to be in contact with at runtime based on if you're below the platform or above the platform. So if I'm below it, I can't interact with it. If I'm above it, I can interact with it. Unless I'm pressing down and jump, and then I let you fall through it again. So I'm just toggling whether or not you collide with this platform type based on either you're below it or you're pressing down and you're jumping. And obviously there's an additional state here for jumping up through it. I mean, everything is variables, so yeah. It might be that I'm changing the collider type to be one way. I'm not sure if I'm doing it by the collider itself or if I'm changing the player to be specifically on that layer. I have to remember. The question has an answer. It's been a long time since I set it up. Okay, so we're talking about this platform right here. Now, let's do a bit of science. If I drop down through it, yeah, I actually changed the platform from the ground to the one-way ground layer. So I don't I probably could change what the player could interact with, but actually this is more specific. It means that I can toggle specific colliders to be fallen through or not. I actually don't know if it matters. It probably works the same either way. Either the player can collide with it or you change what layer it's on. Same difference. The only thing that I would be sure not to do is don't just disable the collider if you have a game that has enemies in it, because they need to still be able to stand on it when you're not standing on it. So that's the only thing. Like you can, it's just toggling the collision matrix. That's really all we're doing. You could do it in the player object. Yeah, I mean, there's no wrong ways to do things as long as it still permits you to do them the way that you want to do them. Unity, if you're inside of Unity, Unity also has a thing called a one-way platform effector. So you can literally have like an empty object. You can have a collider 2D. You can put a platform effector. And the platform effector, as long as you say used by effector, this creates an angle through which you are able to pass through the object. So this is basically running on the actual physics system. It will not register a collision for objects that are passing up through these angles. It'll only register collisions if you're passing down inside of this radius. I don't like it as an option. I use it sometimes, very, very sparingly, for like shields in the game, where I want you to be able to pass through the shield in one instance, but not in the other. So this, I mean, I'm pretty sure it will work inside of Insignia. Yeah, I just don't recognize that as ground. But if I put it on the ground layer, now it is. So technically, yeah, it does work. Even in my game. It's just that I can't drop through that easily. That's the issue. So you still need to do something to signal when the player is trying to fall down through it. If you want that. Not every game has that. It's almost like, it's like this, you know, every game has like, every solution is valid until it doesn't work. And you could easily, if a solution that's like technically bad isn't going to hurt you because of some specific aspect about your game that behaves a certain way such that you aren't going to have that problem, then it's not a bad solution. I was working on a game, a contract job that I've got at the moment. Recently, I was working on it and we were looking at doing collisions for, not collisions, operations on a texture, like graphics stuff. And I was like, I could use the red, green, and blue channels to handle the 3 different materials that need to get represented by this texture. Because it's just a vector 4, right? An image is just a vector 4 or an array of vector 4s. So like red, green, blue, alpha, that's enough, right? I don't need any more than that. And that was true. Actually, it's still true. I don't need more than that. But if I needed like 2 more channels, then it's a bad idea because now you run out of channels and you need more variables. So it's like the experience comes from knowing when a solution is going to take you as far as you need it to take you. That's literally it. If you know that something's going to work, then it's not a bad solution. But it can be hard to know if something's going to work the first time you're working on it. Mostly because of that extensibility issue, right? You don't know that you might need it to do something else later, long term. This is why I have so much trouble Like I have so much trouble, not because I don't know what I'm doing. I have so much trouble because like the things that I want to do today are different from the things that I wanted to do 2 years ago when I built certain features. So like recognizing that like, actually this isn't going to do exactly what I want it to do. Actually, it needs to do more like this. That stuff is just, it stacks up. And it is tech debt, but it's not necessarily because of scope creep or maybe a better way to put it would be like scope can change without it necessarily being creep. It's just like you have different reasons why you need things to be a certain way. Because, you know, whatever. Yeah. I think I mostly get, I get kind of defensive about that word. I bring it up a lot. Scope creep. I think I get defensive about it because there's an implication that iteration is bad. I think that's the thing that I mostly don't like about it. Or that you should never try to explore more than you absolutely have to, which is true, you shouldn't. But like, how do you know what exists in the set of things that you're going to need before you've done them? So there will be a bunch of stuff that you tried and it didn't work out. That's natural, especially for art, especially for a video game that's supposed to be fun. Hey, Code Girl, welcome. I do not remember that. That should be a chest, not an item box. I made the assets. These are made by me. All of these assets just for this environment, just for this specific thing that I'm doing right now. Because I'm crazy. Me? Is my name Polish? No. That's too low. Okay. 2 changes. One more. Oh, thank you. The green indicator for on the left and right wall. This grass, this means you can climb up it. Oh, you mean in the editor. This thing. That is to stop the camera from going outside of that space. So see here, the camera won't break outside of this, where that edge is. It'll always stay on the left side of that edge. It just frames the action a bit better. You can see here, like I want to be able to see to here, but I don't want to be able to see past here. It's a way also of guiding the player a little bit. Like this line here basically says, there's nothing here. Don't worry about it. It should, like, ideally this should be automated. It's actually really difficult to automate. So like, you know, maybe we do it like this. Get a bit closer. It's nothing. I hope you're ready for nothing. Okay. I will relax this out of I think a little bit. What else? It's getting pretty tight. I'm so insecure about it, man. I don't know why. I just look at the levels and I'm like, how do I make this more chunked? How do I make it more singular? Like this part here. Like, how do I make it so that you have to use... Oh, I put a death drop there. That's how I do it. I don't put thorns. I literally just go, see ya. Do I really not have like a kill zone? Kill zone. I guess it's probably as simple as just like dropping the script on it, putting a collider and a player detector. And Bob's your uncle. No, see, spikes. The problem with spikes is that unless you die in one hit from them, it doesn't really... Oh. Spikes don't reset your position. That's the problem. Whereas an implied fall and then a reset is pretty typical in these kinds of games. So when you fall, it's like, and you come back. You lose a bit of health, no big deal. You know what I didn't check? If you actually have to use it. I'm sure I could make it. Okay. Big run up. Oh. Hey. And if you get this far, actually you're screwed because you can't get back across. I should probably put a hedgehog up here then. Or just make it like one more. I think if I make it flat like that, then it's absolutely not possible. Nah, that still feels possible. Well, if it's possible that way, then it's possible this way, right? So I don't mind leaving it in there just for the gamers. We could even push this one up. Now, it's definitely easy to get back and definitely harder to get there in the first place. There's also one more. There's this. You can actually pick up speed on slopes. So if you do this, you can get a lot of extra distance, but you're forced to bunny hop. So you have to do it in such a way where you're going to hit that ledge. If you can hit that, I think you're okay. Not quite. Yeah, well, I think this is pretty... I mean, I can give you... Like, this is kind of safe. You can muck around with it, right? I might give you some stuff that you can attack. But then I have to give you... Is it by design? I mean, it's an intentional oversight. Let's put it that way. It's like an Easter egg of a mechanic. No, there's no point doing that. Hey, Lapus. Thank you so much. I might give them a bit more stuff to smash. That's no good. No, you'll just teleport there. Do you know what I think I need in this game? No. There's a parry. That? You can also do that. That's a gamer move there as well. You can dash and then jump and keep the momentum. So you could do like a big flame boost. For now. I think I used it a bit late, that's all. And he was already past me. I'm not sure. I have to check the hitbox. Like... I don't know. I don't think I went... Or maybe I was already hit and I was flashing and then I was late. I'm not sure. Can we make that jump? Oh, almost. Oh no! It's got to be a short hop. Almost. He needs to be way lower. He's too high. Off the ground. Unless, I could just put a camera there. That works too. Hang on. You there. Ogre. when we're here, we want to look up at basically exactly that, but only when we are here. Maybe a little bit further this way too. And maybe a little bit higher as well. Like that. Perfect. That's what I call a gamer move. Okay, so there's an enemy up there, and now it looks up at him. I might just keep this. That's right. When you're in the green zone, it forces the camera to look at the purple zone. Correct. Yeah. I might push it over a bit further this way. Framing is such an important thing in games, you know, like being able to see where you're headed before you have to go there is really critical. Especially for like a platformer like this. Like, it might be cool here if I look up, you know, even just to see what enemy is above me. Just guiding the player. I have to do it a lot in this game. So maybe even just doing something like this and then putting a little ramp up to it. Or just straighten it out and do this. And then you take the pulley, you do this, you do that. Now we'll probably be able to see it a little bit earlier. Feeling a little high. Let's have a look. So if I'm over here, yeah, like that's a lot better. Seeing that enemy walking around above us lets me do this and be like, surprise! Haha! It almost feels like a stealth moment. Whereas like if we couldn't see that before, then it's also a surprise to us. So we're giving the player a little bit of a heads up just there. I do. I use object replacement. Exactly. I actually hide the pulley layer and I place a pulley asset where the pulley was with the same dimensions. So I traverse the tile set. That's exactly what I do. There's an asset here. This is the pulley prefab, right? That's it there. This has been placed where this set of tiles was placed, and it uses the tile identities, like the tile has like top, and then like here is like middle, and then here is also like middle until it hits the bottom, which is this one, bottom. So it reads the tiles. If it finds a top tile, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, keeps checking until it finds a bottom tile in the pulley layer, and then goes, oh, okay, there's a pulley that starts here and ends here. I'll just place that asset and then set it up with those dimensions. And the pulleys themselves they're just arbitrary. I can make them do whatever I want. So it's not as easy now, but basically you can go top anchor, and I could just like lift this up, and then it probably won't do it now, but oh yeah, there you go. It already figured it out. So I just built it to be collapsible like that. So can we condense this any better? I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it as a level. I do feel like in general, there's a lot of empty space, like stuff like this. Well, you know, I make a lot of edits to my game, so it has to be pretty good at this point because I change things so often. I'm learning so much about game design making this game. Yeah, I think we need like another kind of long grass. What's the purpose of every screen? Exactly, that's the question, right? So this first, the problem is that the screens themselves need a bit of buffer space. So if we take this and we ask ourselves, what is the purpose of every screen? Okay, let's draw it out. I'll do it with the engine. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with me today? Okay. So like the first thing is this screen is an enemy fight. This is a safe area where you start. This is a test for the jump. This obviously gets you up to the next space. This is a fight. This is another test jump with a bit more stakes. This is combat. This is puzzle platforming, including this part here. This is another test jump. And then this is the final jump. You got to jump and then dash and then use the ability to get up. This is a chest, secret area. This is a secret area. This is the finish line. So my goal would be to compress all the empty space. Like, how do I fix that? Can I bring this forward? Probably. You know, maybe I can just take all of this and this and this and go 1, 2, 3. And then bring this down 1, 2. And then maybe that's better, you know? Or maybe we could have brought everything down a little bit because we were worried before about the height of this pulley. So we could take this pulley and then these two and go 1, 2. Fix that. Then we take the pulley, bring this back to there. And now that's tighter because we just cut out like a few blocks there. It's obviously now not going to be aligned, but if I bring it back by going up to there, this is now better. Like that, I guess, would be better. And then I just need to move this back up, move this back up, and then put these two back up here. And then the camera zone. This now goes here. So little things like that, you know, they can help tighten it up. So now, yeah, now we can see this and we don't have to do that extra weird, awkward jump. We just have this. So I'd actually now be looking to do the same thing here. Can I compress this space? Probably. And I do feel like getting out of this jump is a little awkward, but I don't know what else I can do about it. Other than only control the y-axis, not control the x-axis. Actually, that'll fix it. Lots of options for my tools. So now as we go up, it does look up, but it doesn't jerk across to the left. Still not great, huh? I think we need a lerp that's a bit slower. Like 1 second instead of 0.5 or 0.8 should be okay. So when we go over here, we go up. Yeah, a bit smoother. Probably could even be smoother than that, to be honest. I don't like hitting my head on that. Could this be maybe further over by 1? And then we were talking about compressing this space. So maybe we go like this and this comes across by like 3. 1, 2, 3. That's very tight there though. Maybe one more back this way. Not bad. We could move the whole thing across. That wouldn't be a big deal either. Oh, although that would make this shorter. Oh, we could take that and then all of this, I guess. And just go boom. Unfortunately, I wish, like if I had made this game entirely in-tiled, or at least all the spawns in-tiled, it would have made this a lot easier. Because I wouldn't have had to, I don't have to have these 2 separate places where things can get shuffled out. But, you know, that's a long time ago that I made that decision. So it would require quite a lot of fiddling around. And there's way too many features that rely on it being this way. So it is what it is. Okay, so that, like all things considered, it's not that big of a deal. Everything else is looking pretty good. It's old level design from an unused area that this was copied from. That's still way too close, that ledge. I don't like it. I need to be able to full jump and not feel like I'm going to get my head hit. I could bring this down to make it a little bit more interesting, but... Can I bring this up? Do these have slopes? They don't. I want that out of my way. That's good, but I did it wrong. Cool. And then we probably could push the whole of this down so that we didn't have to walk up this little hitch here. Just pull all that down. Smaller is better all the time. I'm running out of situations where smaller is not better. It's basically always better. Because it's just like you're shaving seconds off of the like boring moments of your game every time it gets smaller. Okay. I think this probably needs a bit more environment art in the back. But other than that, and maybe like some flying enemies or grass to attack. The pots are good, but I think we need something that's like, I don't know what to say. It's like destructible, but not really important. Something that just feels good to break because it's breakable. I don't want to like necessarily give you a reward for it, but just to like clear your path. Actually, I have these piles of leaves in the second chapter that are like that. What all can the hedgehog ability do? It's basically just an attack that pushes you forward right now. That's the things you've just seen are pretty close to all the things it can do. For now, at least. Oh, that's pretty good. You have to stand on that to get that camera. But there are 16 of them, so think of them as like the Elden Ring weapon arts. The chest push right up against the wall. This. Give it a bit of extra space. What it can and cannot interact with. I mean, cannot is sort of not really a thing in this game. I don't know what you would mean in this context. And actually, I don't really want to teach you everything that this can do. I want to teach you how to use it. That's all this is for. Because the game's puzzles, right? So it's not like you should have every single tool or every single solution just because you did the tutorial. If there's a creative way to use something, I don't want to show it to you now. I want to show it to you in the world and have you figure out how to use it. No, I can't activate the pulley. Why would it be able to do that? Or are you just asking for the purpose of like exhausting all the options? Oops. Ooh. That doesn't make any sense. How did that just happen? Wait, where is my kill zone? Did I undo the kill zone? Oh, there's actually literally a gap because I moved the level. Ugh. That's good. Oops. Oh, I know what happened. You asked why I didn't get hit. Sometimes there are some enemy attacks that are weak. And they're so weak that they don't put you in a hit stun state. This game has like armor in it. So like Smash Brothers characters have armor. This attack has some armor on it. So if I'm using this attack, I can get hit by something and not get hurt by it if it's really, really weak. And then the hitbox on this attack is also not like everywhere. It's like specific. So like, where are we? Sprite, hit. That's the hitbox on this attack. So if I didn't activate this attack and the hedgehog was standing here when I activated it, I might have gone straight through it before the hitbox showed up. And then it hit me, but I didn't take damage because I was doing this attack. Something like that. Just like an awkward trade. This here. So hitbox shows up here on this frame. I could push it forward, but I felt like when it's too forward, you can push enemies out of your hip range for the follow-up. And you're moving forward anyway, so this hitbox is going to follow right after the sword on the next frame. It's pretty generous. And the player hurtbox does not have armor, but it's also really generous too. Look at that. I'm not even covering your feet at all. So if I was a little higher than the hedgehog, I might have gone straight over it. Could push it forward a bit. Maybe make it a little bit more unforgiving. A little bit less forgiving. Oops. So maybe I think I need like an enemy or an object. Hey, Ringtail Bandit. I don't know how long ago you asked that question on YouTube, but I do have a team. They're out of contract at the moment. So I will be bringing them on soon. This month, I think I have to. But there's a lot of pre-planning that has to go in before that. I'm just sort of between stages at the moment. So right now I am solo deving, but not forever. Yeah, I feel like I need like an enemy type that just sort of sits in one spot. That's more like a collider. Not even like the bees are also they're too mobile for what this thing needs to be. It's just like a thing that you can attack. That could do damage if you don't attack when you do it. That sucks. Yeah, I have had spiders actually. Spiders is a great idea. My spiders are not, unfortunately, they're not active right now. They're out of commission. I have a giant spider. I do have spiders though. Where are they? So that's a spider. If I don't give it a launch direction, then it's fine. That could work. I wonder if it'll like technically, oh, it's like, yeah, sure. Spiders, why not? God, it's been so long since I've had these in the game. They will not work. There's no way. I just don't believe that it's possible. But if I remove this pot, so the spider's here, and then the web has one node that's here, and the other node that's here. What does that do? Yeah, it'll move along the web. Which I don't want it to do. And then does it respawn like it used to? Yeah, they respawn too. Yeah, it's not really what I would do with them. Not this time, I think. Just keep the pot there for now. But good shout. Spider's the right way to go for sure. Good call. Floating pot. It's not floating, it's hanging. I also think maybe there's a little bit too much jostling here of the camera. So we'll need to do one more zone. That just affects the y-axis that's here and keeps this all stable like that. Oh, I don't mind the zoom out. That's pretty good too. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it gives you a good sense of what's ahead of you. We could move the camera down slightly at that zoom level though. Not sure, but seeing you selecting stuff in the editor view and looking for it in the hierarchy, is the F hotkey works while the mouse cursor is in hierarchy while the object is in editor, just to find it quickly. So you're saying, why do I do... It's not... The problem is, if I do this, right, I can press F, but it's mostly that I don't want to select anything else. Like I don't want to accidentally get two of them. Or like in like, I don't know, over here, like if I'm trying to select just the bush, it's like, I'm just checking that the bush is selected because here I know I've got more than one thing selected. So I'm just going here and grabbing the bush. And now I know it's only that I'm touching. That's great. Cool. Okay. That's 2 down. And now I've got to go. The kill box? Yeah, I mean, those things you kind of just... If I forget, that's too bad. Like, what else can I do? Put labels on literally everything so I don't forget anything? It's too... what's the word? It is where it is. Maybe it should have like a permanent gizmo or something, but I don't know. Oh, not for the player. I'm happy for it to be a kill. Like, the player can just figure it out that, like, there's nothing down there for me. That's clear enough. Mario Brothers does that. It's more just for me as the designer. Do I know there's a kill box there if I'm not selecting it? I mean, that's on me. If we do playtesting and there's bugs, we'll catch it and we'll write it in. I didn't put anything here and I didn't put anything in this chest. So let's add something to the chest. The item's going to be... It's a chocolate bar. And then this is more of a to-do, but I'll come back to it another time. Let's see if the chocolate bar works. Actually, it won't work because I haven't updated the library. Oh, that did work. Okay, well, what's the problem? I still need to update it. Did we get the... Yeah, there we go. Sick. So the test will be whether my wife can do this. I should also check it with the controller. Hang on. I'm such a noob with the controller. I play a lot of these games, but like I don't play my game with the controller. I've seen girls play. Okay, Chuck. I mean, she's a bit of a gamer girl. She's playing Donkey Kong Bonanza at the moment. She doesn't need me. Cool. Okay. I played it a bit. I thought it was, it's okay. I've sort of got really hyped up for it based on the reviews, but now that I've been playing it, I'll be honest, I haven't played it much because my wife stole my save file. It's like we were playing it, I was playing it, and then we were playing it together for a bit, and now she's only playing it. So I haven't played more than like the first 3 hours. But when she's done, I'll play it from scratch. It's a big game though, right? It's a lot of stuff in it. I'm sort of a bit intimidated by how big it is. She stole my Bonanza. Yeah, I think the initial reviews glazed it up a little bit too much. It sort of strikes me as a game. I can already, you know, I've been doing this for so long, I can kind of tell when something's gonna work or not work, or where the work part will be and where the not work part will be. And for me, the part that I think what Bonanza is like Nintendo doing their Mario Galaxy with physics, with just destructibility. So they've sort of bet all in on this destructibility mechanic, and the game that they've chosen to make using that mechanic is a Mario Odyssey game starring Donkey Kong, where you can destroy things. Now that genre combination, there's no guarantee that that's conducive to a better kind of level design than Mario Odyssey. I mean, certainly I wouldn't expect it to be. And partly because when you give the player the agency to destroy the level changes, right? Which means that like, not just that, but the game in general, interacting with the game, there has to be a lot more logic to control the experience. Which materials get interacted with which other materials. Oh, this is explosive dirt. This is normal dirt. This is dirt that you can't break because we can't let you do that. This is dirt that it's sort of like, there's a lot of logic, and some of the game elements that are interesting in that space are dependent on, oh, what happens if you, the player, destroys these blocks but not these blocks? So like there's some puzzles where you have to like destroy snow, and then there are a bunch of ice cubes that are spawning from an emitter, and you have to guide the path of the ice cubes down to this snow cone cup. That's a cool idea, but as a physics puzzle, it's like, what does the correct solution look like? It's not a puzzle. It's sort of more like it's a physics puzzle. So you can get a solution that's like kind of right. It's almost right. And it'll sort of work if you wait long enough for enough of the ice cubes to get where they need to go. Stuff like that is like, doesn't feel very Nintendo. But that's what that game mechanic, that's what that formula results in. So like you can't not explore it or not do your best. But I don't know if they did do their best. There's a specific thing that I watch my wife struggle with when she's playing it that infuriates me. And I'm sure it infuriates her, okay? It's this. All right. You're standing here and you've got a big rock over your head. And you are trying to place that rock on the ground in front of you to build up some dirt. The game uses like a voxel sort of volumetric system for that. So if there's a block that's here, and you're trying to put another block of equal size here, right next to it, you better hope that this collider of this block doesn't touch this at all, because what will happen instead is that this will appear here and there'll be a gap of air here, because it's like everything is just sticky. Like the first thing that it can come into contact with of the same type or whatever, it will just connect to. So it's got this really annoying, what is it, Bubble Bobble? Is that the game where you've got those balls and you're trying to stack them like this? You're shooting them up off the wall. And you end up doing this instead of this because you bounce it off the wall and it hits this thing just there and you end up doing that and you go, ah! That happens a lot in Donkey Kong. And all they needed to do was what I think if I was Nintendo, I would have tried something that I did for an isometric game that I built, which is you, instead of doing a raycast or a physics check down, you actually do it inversely. You check from the ground up. So rather than connecting to the nearest thing, you connect to the last thing that you can't pass through. So in this case, it would have been the solid here would have been the last thing that you could have passed through. Because the idea of like, I mean, with some threshold, obviously, but the idea of like, I need to guide, like in this case, she was trying to guide these things, like, you know, she was trying to create a pathway in the ground for the things to go down. But the other thing is, it suffers from the FPS issue. When you're playing a shooter, right, and you've got a character with a gun or whatever, and you shoot, right? This is your target, it's your reticle. When I shoot, right, if I was looking at my character's standing here like this. When you shoot, where does the bullet come from? Is it from the nozzle? Like, is it here? Or is it literally the player's face here? Because that crosshair you're looking at is actually there, but the gun nozzle is there. And yes, they are pointing at the same thing downrange here, but that's not how the game works. So if I'm standing at a wall and the wall is like this, right in front of me, it's possible that there's an offset where I can see, like if the wall was here instead, it's possible that the wall is, if the bullet comes from the gun, like this, then the bullet could hit the wall. But if the bullet comes from my face, the bullet's going to go past the wall. And in a lot of FPSs, it's like well, in Donkey Kong, it's a problem because the rock always gets shot from right here. And when you're playing in 2-player mode, you've got Pauline on your shoulder. She can do this thing where she sings, "Ooh, yeah, yeah." And like, it's like words, like of a terrain type get shot out as you're breaking stuff. But in this game, obviously you're standing, like Donkey Kong is like in the level, holding up rocks or running through or whatever. And she's on his shoulder. And the reticle can be here. Like you can free move the thing like a mouse cursor. So the reticle is here. I'm going to blow up something over there. It doesn't shoot from here, from like space down at the thing. It shoots from her actual character in that direction. So if there's like a wall here, like I can't tell that wall is on the path between where she is and where the place I'm aiming is, because it's free to me, like I'm just aiming on the screen. But so often it's like a projectile when you kind of want it to be more like hit scan. So the game has little things like that where I think like, surely for the sake of player satisfaction, you could have just given us like a little bit of grace here. Surely you have one designer that spends a little bit of time, like maybe like one guy who's like, there's like an 8-month period where all he does is QOL, just quality of life on things like this, because the game without it doesn't, at least your trust in the system suffers. Your reliability, your willingness to try things goes down the less you can get away with things, even if you have the right solution. That's the worst part about that snow thing, is that she had the right answer. She knew what she was doing, but like she just physically couldn't get the snow to fill the gap that she was trying to fill. Like it was like this, right? And then all she was trying to do was put snow here. But like she would put snow down like that, and then the next snow piece would go like this, and there'd be a gap here. And now the gap is too small to pass anything through. Like what should have happened is the rock in the air when throwing it, let's say it's this shape, the collider should only be this shape. And then when it lands, the collider can be the full shape. Like maybe that would have been better. So that you can thread the needle a little bit and place the thing exactly where you want it. I don't know, maybe that would have been wrong if you tried to do it. You know, there's probably some reason why it's not possible. But, or maybe there could have been some kind of priority system where like if there's a surface that's a proper hard surface, it prioritizes that over anything in a certain radius versus the stuff that you place. I don't know. All I know is that this isn't fun. But no, well, I mean, they obviously just, I think what happens in those scenarios is like the game designers come up with a system, right? And then they mock it up, the engineers build it, right? Maybe there are some game programmers that are in between, and they get a certain distance with it and they gray box it and they go, oh yeah, this seems like we can, you know, we're already committed to the game engine and the system. So like, not the engine, but the game systems, we're committed to that. So like, we'll get as close as we can get. And then timelines blow out and they go, okay, well, this is the state we can leave it in. That's it. We've got to ship the game. Or maybe there's literally no way to fix it. Like maybe it's that complicated that like it's just infeasible forever to do a good job of that kind of physics problem. But again, you wouldn't know that before you started working on the game. So like, I'm not dissing them for trying that stuff. It's more just the game got like lots of 10 out of 10s, and some of those things are pretty fundamental. I'll have to play it. We'll see. All right, pals. We're going to raid Wardstone Studio. please wishlist Insignia if you're interested. You can also check out my YouTube channel if you didn't know I had one. That's the stream, pals. It was a pleasure. Some of that stuff's tough that we're working on, but the stuff that should be easy is getting easier. So making the game easier to make is my goal right now. All right. Thank you. That's it. That's the stream. I'll see you next week. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.